Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the first International Conference on Sustainability and Technology in Climate Change, Adaptation, Action. Today conference brings together academia, researchers, and practitioners who are focusing in delivering a sustainable action in dealing with a climate change. It is an honor to me to introduce and welcome Professor Eko Priyopurnomo, the Director of E-Governance and Sustainability Institute, Agustiara, the Chairman of Committee, Dr. Rohana Ahmad, University Malaysia Terengganu, Dr. Nona Pratansuk from Majo University, Dr. Pimlikit from Kalasin University, and Dr. Sirikanya Seti from Rajahabad Mahasarakam University. And also we welcome all the presenter and participant of International Conference on Sustainability and Technology in Climate Change, Adaptation, Action. For a brief moment, we would like to invite you to watch a brief introduction of e-governance and Sustainability Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now watch the brief introduction of e-governance and Sustainability Institute, or ESI. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, allow me to read the main agendas of today's conference. We will begin by addressing the committee chairman report, director's opening remark, followed by the plenary session 1, coffee break, plenary session 2, coffee break, plenary session 3, and then continue with the keynote speaker speech. And to close the ceremony today, we are going to announce the best paper and presenter award. Let us now begin the conference. Distinguished guests, faculty members, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as the director of and as the chairman committee, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Agustiara for giving us the event report. To Mr. Agustiara, stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings from Yogyakarta. We are very welcome and honored to announce for joining the International Conference on Sustainability and Technology in Climate Change, Adaptation, Action. This event was held virtually by this morning, and ESI, E-Governance and Sustainability Institute, is proud to extend our research and publications for the sustainability and technology in climate change studies. ESI has annual events for providing the platform or researchers for professional, secular, and the academicians from around the world working to communicate and interact as the next generations and the future leaders. The organizations brought together some experts from multidisciplinary research, such as from Korea University, University of Bradford, University of Groningen, Indiana University, and Thammasat Konkan University, University Malaysia Terengganu, and Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology, and the other strategic partners that collaborate with ESI. The grand themes for this conference entitled with Sustainability and Technology in Climate Change, Adaptation Action. We invite researchers papers to explore any conceptual analysis, design implementation, evaluation, and sharing practical solutions for the sustainability and technology and climate change. And we are very proud to invite all professional scholars, practitioners, and academicians to participate and join our event. And the other thing is about the submitted abstract and full paper will be published with the our partners that publishing in IOP Publishing. And lastly, we congratulate to all the participants in joining our events. Hope you join and enjoy for the discussions and the presentations. And lastly, I would like to show the details of our events and conference by showing our videos. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agustiara, for delivering us today event report. And now, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, as the director of e-governance and sustainability institute, please give a warm welcome to Professor Eko Priopurnomo. To Professor Eko Priopurnomo, stage is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi Sari Satri Basri Hamli Balil Tata Milisani Ya Khali Khali. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, swastiastu, salam namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan. First of all, thank you very much indeed to Allah who already give us health and also prosperity so we can come and join to these events. And secondly, I would like to thank to all the invited speaker who already support us, Professor Klaus Bacek from University of Groningen, Professor P.B. Anand from University of Private, Professor Irmeli from University of Eastern Finland, all my strategic partners coming from many university, either abroad and also Indonesia. From abroad, I would like to thank my strategic partner, Dr. Rohana from University of Terengganu, Pim Likit, Dr. Pim Likit from Kalasin University, and I would like to also thank to Dr. Rons from University of Maijo, and then Sirikanya from University of Mahasarakan, and my others editor and also reviewer coming from University of Tamashat and University of Maryland University, University of Michigan, and also our co-hosts for this event, University Muhammadiyah Sitraps, and also my media partner Harian Jogja, and all the participants who already come and join to these events. And actually, the reason why we want to establish this event, the event is established to explore and to create a collaboration among stakeholders to do a research and also publication, because some of us maybe only focus on research, but maybe some of you only focus in the fields, but we try to make a connection for the scholar who focus in research, for the scholar who focus on just the field, or maybe we try to ask the practitioner who already done many things. So we really hope that the events will be helpful to us to strengthen our collaboration. Actually, in here, I will have share some issue, maybe only 5 minutes, because I have a speech about 5-minute issue. And my presentation will be talking about the future of this one. Is everyone can see my presentation?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we can see that.
Yeah, thank you, Non. How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. So I actually for to the presentation, I just want to give some issue, especially this is a current issue, and I think will be contemporary issue for the next future when we're talking about the energy. Any war happen due of the energy, and the current issue as well. We see the current issue in the conflict between Russia and also NATO, I think is due of the energy. So I would like to emphasize about what we have to do about the future of renewable energy. Okay, this is a brief of my CV, and currently have done the several visiting professor. My brother Non already mentioned I've done visiting lecturer and professor in Meiji University, Kalasin University, and also uh, ca- become the expert in another university such as Cambridge University, and currently I'm a professor and also the director for AC. And the next one, the issue that I would like to say about why renewable energy is a big matter that we have to focus. And the next one, what is the trends when we talk about renewable energy? And then what's kind of research is the trend of the renewable energy? The next one that we would like to emphasize is about the renewable energies in a policy and a practice. And the next one, what should we do for this issue, and then the conclusion, because I only have 10 minutes, maybe I will talk less than 2 or 3 sections on this one. uh, First of all, when we're talking about the energy, we have to know that energy is a crucial material based for the existence and growth of human beings in modern society. And I think everyone already agreed in this particular issue that energy is a very b- crucial material for me and for you, I'm sure. For in the in the modern society, we're talking about electricity, we're talking about gasoline, we're talking about the coal and something like that. And the next one, we're talking about the as the world faces uneven energy and a crisis due to a variety of factors, including overpopulations, poor infrastructures, and then the climate change, and then energy waste. This is another issue. When we're talking about energy, we have a problem about the infrastructure. We have a problem about the overpopulation in some area, and then we also have issue about the waste energy. In some developed country, they just throw away their waste energy to underdeveloping country, and then underdeveloping country just throw away in the earth. So that's another issue when we're talking about the energy and waste energy. The next one is about the this examine that the challenges of opportunities presented by the renewable energies, and then while the examines energy consumptions trends. And the next one we are want to talking about what should we do when we're talking about the energy, because basically we want to focus on the renewable energy. Next one, this is the total energy. When we're talking about the total energy consumption around the globes, when we see the consumption around the globes, most of the area or regions, the highest consumption is coming from Asia and Pacific. You can see in the lines that the consumption of energy, all the region is increased significantly, particularly in Asia and the Pacific region. And the number two is coming from, if you see it, is coming from North America, is the blue ones and the blue numbers. And the third one is coming from Europe's, the consumption of the energy. So it's another issue that actually maybe because due to of the population in Asia Pacific is the most populated as well. So that's why the consumption about energy is very high as well. And Mbak Lubna, if my time is over, please let me know 3 minutes before. And the next one, when we're talking about the total energy and how humans, modern people use the energy. First, we use for this one, the residential use or purpose. And then the second one we use for industry. So you can see that previously the number one is for the residential and the second one for industry, but no, it's a difference because industry is the higher consumption right now. And then the third one is from the transportations. So, but I already update this issue on until 2020, but I'm sure for the transportation will be declined during the COVID pandemic. But after the post-COVID pandemic or after COVID pandemic, I'm sure the energy consumption will be increased significantly again for all these sectors. Next one, when we're talking as well about the total energy consumption, particularly the non-renewable energy in Asia. So in which particular country actually consume the most energy? The number one actually in China. Yes, everyone know because many industry established there, and the labor also is very cheap. So and also the population there is very high in China. The second one is coming from India, and the third one is Japan. The number four is Bangladesh, and then Brunei, and then North Korea, and then and then Indonesia, and New Zealand that one. So this is another issue about the non-renewable energy in ASEAN countries. And then when we look at about why renewable is important, because the in renewable energy, especially when we're talking about the renewable energy matters, there are several issues that we want to emphasize. First, and when we talk about renewable energy, they are to attract more foreigners and societal capital and existing financing channels, and then that limited rural energy developments, and then in developing country needs to be achieved and expanded. So when we're talking about renewable energy, I think it's a big issue how to expand the non-renewable energy to be reduced and how we can encourage other people to use the renewable energy. And the next one way to do this through the establishing the investment. So we try to encourage the diversity of investment, not only investment in energy, not investment in non-renewable energy. So we have to encourage our government, we have to encourage our society to establish, to invest on renewable energy. And also we have to encourage the society as well how to use renewable energy, and we make sure to reduce use non-renewable energies. And this is another trend when we look at about the issue of renewable energy. When we look at about the document per year who done the research, so it's another proof that actually yearly from 2010 until 2020, there are number of people look at about renewable energy is increased significantly. So it's another proof that actually many people, many scholars, they are look at the renewable energy is a crucial issue. So many people focus and research this one. I got the data and collect the data from Scopus database. So we look at this issue, and then we also want to know in which particular country actually they want to look at about renewable energy. So the most of the paper they are coming from United States. Now number two is China, and also India and United Kingdom. So it's another issue that when we're talking renewable energy, most of the research are coming from this particular area, particular country. And the next one's about the trend of renewable energy. First of all, you may ask in the increasing of the research of publication on the topic of renewable energy and the state of knowledge of renewable energy, something like this. So we have to look at about that. We have to encourage the researcher to do this kind of research. That we have to encourage the society to reduce the non-renewable energy, and also we have to encourage all the new generation to say and to read most of the paper about this issue, and then how we teach our student, how we teach our new generation to use renewable energy. And because alumni already remind me about this issue on research and sustainability, so this kind of the research that I would like to emphasize, and most of the research I will share this information to all of the participants. Actually this research, when we look at upon this one, wait a minute, for the conclusion. So as global energy consumptions, depletion of the energy research is combined. We have to combine about the environmental issue and some environmental issue and also societal issue. So we have to look at about the new renewable energy source, and then in public and policy debate as well. We not only focus on debate and research. I think it's time for us to implement. It's time for us to do research. It's time for us to actions that renewable energy is a must, that we have to change our habits, that we have to change our generations. And last but not least, those argument that I already read on here actually already published in this book, the road leg of the handbook of developments, and you can it's just published last month. So these are one of my book chapter that you can try, and we can discuss later. And once again, thank you very much, Indips, and happy to join for this event. I really hope that everyone, participant, invited speaker, moderators, and hosts, and everyone who join in this event, you are happy. And then after this, we can strengthen our collaboration, and we can create more research, more actions to save our tiny words. And last but not least, I would like to thanks to all the organizing committee, especially Mr. Agustiara, Delila Mitra, Mas Rizal, and Sarah, and all everyone that I cannot say here, and all the participants and partners who already support this event. Akhirul kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. And Lubna is, I will give it back to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Eko Priyopratomo. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us. All participants, thank you so much for also your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us proceed to our main agenda. The seminar will be divided into several panels, and each panel will be separated again into different rooms. And each room will be moderated by, first, Dr. Rohana Ahmed, second, Dr. Nona Pratansu, third, Dr. Pimlikit, fourth, Dr. Sirikanya Seti. To all presenter, you may all now want to transfer to the room assigned. Please also notify that the room already been sent to you by email, and please also remember which room you belong to. And to all moderator, you may all now proceed to seminar session, and I'm giving the seminar session to all the moderator. And please notify that after this, to all presenter and also participant, that we will hold another session with the second and the third plenary session. So please return to the main room for the coffee break, and then we will assign you again to the another room after that. Thank you so much and have a good discussion today. Good luck. Sekalian, mohon untuk berpindah ke breakout room yang sudah disediakan. Opsi breakout Sekali lagi kami umumkan kepada Bapak, Ibu, dan semua partisipan yang sudah hadir pada hari ini untuk segera pindah ke breakout room karena kegiatan atau acara plenary session akan dimulai pukul 8.30. Kepada seluruh partisipan bisa melihat pada layar sudah ada pembagiannya untuk room 1, room 2, room 3, dan room 4 agar bisa segera ditransfer. Apabila menemui kendala, mohon segera hubungi co-host dan host pada hari ini. Terima kasih dan jangan lupa untuk kembali ke main room di saat coffee break karena kita akan melanjutkan ke sesi 2.
Halo,
Iya, Bapak.
Aditya.
Iya, Bapak.
Saya
Gimana,
punya
Pak?
komputer, tidak mau
Iya.
connect, gambarnya nggak muncul di.
Gambar kameranya ya, Bapak ya?
Teh, punten teh. Kok nama saya tidak ada ya di room 1 ya? Halo? Teh, punten, kok nama saya tidak ada di room 1 ya?
Oke, sebentar ya Ibu. Ibu, kita recek kembali dulu. Seharusnya sudah. Mohon tunggu sebentar. Bu Tri Istiana bisa mendengar suara saya, Ibu?
Bisa.
Ya, Ibu, kalau di rundown, nama Ibu sudah ada. Ibu menjadi salah satu presenter yang akan menyampaikan presentasinya dengan urutan keempat.
Iya.
Ya, jadi Ibu bisa langsung saja masuk ke breakout room ya, nomor 1 ya, Bu ya, room 1.
Oke, berarti langsung aja ya masuk.
Iya.
Takutnya
Ya.
harus nanti ditanya sesuai dengan nama situ permitnya. Enggak ya, nggak apa-apa ya?
Nggak apa-apa Ibu, silakan masuk saja sesuai dengan yang sudah ada di matriks. Mohon maaf Ibu sebelumnya. Terima kasih.
Berarti mohon maaf, jadi tidak harus nama saya tertera di situ ya permitnya ya?
Kalau mungkin ada yang terlewat di saat pembuatan yang tadi yang disampaikan di layar Ibu. Cuman kalau di rundown kami nama Ibu
Ya.
sudah ada. Ya.
Oke. Ya udah, berarti nggak apa-apa ya? Oke.
Iya. Terima kasih banyak Ibu. Mohon maaf
Thank you,
sebelumnya.
Teh. Ya, nggak apa-apa. Terima kasih.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam ya Ibu.
Bu Lubna, untuk yang panel
Ibu.
season 2 berarti nanti masih jam 10 itu ya?
Nggih, Bu, betul. Nah, sambil menunggu yang sesi 2, yang sekarang belum mulai bisa join di sesi 1, Ibu. Karena nanti di setiap breakout room ada moderatornya lagi, dan nanti di situ nanti akan ada apabila mengikuti secara aktif, nanti kita di akhir ada pemberian ini, Bu, penghargaan sebagai best partisipan, seperti itu.
Oh.
Jadi bisa
Ini
join
masuknya bagaimana ya Mbak Di? Misalnya saya ingin masuk di room 2.
Oh ya, Ibu, di bagian bawah itu ada dekat recording, Bu, ada breakout room. Muncul nggak, Bu, di Zoom-nya Ibu?
Di dekat recording. Nggak ada?
Iya, nggak ada ya?
Nggak
Oke,
ada.
sebentar ya, Bu, ya.
Mungkin bisa di ini lagi ya? Di-share
Boleh,
lagi.
Bu. Nanti
Oke.
mungkin dari host dan co-host kami yang akan assign Ibu ya.
Oke.
Oke.
Oke, terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Halo, Mbak.
Iya, Bapak.
Nah, ini saya tadi yang di laptop tidak mau connect.
Iya, Bapak.
Kalau saya
Ini.
pakai HP, bagaimana nanti presentasinya, Bu?
Oh, tadi untuk yang dari laptop, apakah tidak bisa share screen, Pak, atau gimana?
Tidak bisa, tidak
Oh ya,
muncul.
tidak apa-apa, Bapak mohon harap untuk segera dikirimkan PowerPoint-nya saja ke panitia
Sudah.
kami.
Saya
Sudah
sudah
ya?
kirim atau kirim ini.
Oh ya, baik
Kirim
Pak.
kemana,
Kalau
Bu? Sudah kirim kemarin.
oke. Kalau sudah dikirim tidak tidak apa-apa Pak.
Iya,
Nanti akan kami bantu share screen. Yang penting
iya,
nanti Bapak bisa bantu di bagian presentasi ya Pak ya.
iya. Enggak, karena saya coba-coba belajar untuk presentasi langsung kan.
Iya Bapak. Apa-apa Bapak. Nanti untuk PPT-nya akan dari operator kami yang menyediakan Pak.
Oh iya, siap. Terima kasih ya.
Ya, terima kasih
Ya.
juga Bapak.
Ah,
Kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian yang masih mengalami kendala untuk join breakout room, harap segera disampaikan karena dari tim kami akan segera mengassign Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk pindah ke breakout room kepada seluruh partisipan yang tidak mengikuti di sesi 1, namun ada di sesi 2 atau sesi 3, silakan untuk join di sesi 1 terlebih dahulu dan bisa meminta kepada panitia kami atau host kami untuk mengassign Bapak Ibu sekalian ke room yang diinginkan. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian.
kacau ini.
Maaf Mbak, izin bertanya.
Ya, Ibu, silakan.
Tadi kan panel session 1 saya udah presentasi.
Betul.
Apakah saya bisa leave atau tetap stay di sini?
Oke, untuk masalah tersebut mungkin kita tunggu dari jawaban dari panitia ya, Mbak ya. Mohon tunggu sebentar. Panitia mungkin bisa merespon terhadap pertanyaan barusan.
Ya, baik Bu. Untuk yang sudah presentasi, bisa join di parallel session yang lain sambil menunggu sampai di keynote speaker, nanti baru kita share untuk absensi dan pembacaan best paper, best participant, dan best presenter. Ya.
Oke. Kalau yang untuk berarti absensinya setelah seluruh panel selesai atau setelah webinar?
Setelah keynote speaker nanti.
Speaker. Yang sekitar jam sore ya? Selesai
Betul.
sore ya?
Iya.
Oke.
Having our third plenary session. To all presenters, you might now transfer to the room assigned, and also to all moderator, you also might now proceed to the seminar session. The seminar will begin at 12:20, so you might now transfer. So the seminar can begin immediately. Thank you. And also, please note that after this session, all presenter and moderator are asked to come back to the main room so we can conduct the keynote speaker speech. Thank you. Assalamualaikum Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena kita sudah masuk ke sesi ketiga, Bapak Ibu yang sudah hadir di main room boleh langsung pindah ke breakout room agar nanti kegiatan seminar di sesi 3 bisa langsung dilaksanakan tepat waktu, yaitu pukul 12.20. Bapak Ibu sekalian dan juga para presenter maupun partisipan bisa langsung pindah. Apabila ada kendala dalam pindah room, harap diinformasikan kembali ke panitia agar bisa kita bantu untuk pindah ke room yang dituju. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian. Sekali lagi kami infokan Bapak Ibu bisa melihat di share screen yang sudah di-share oleh panitia akan nama-nama dan juga ruangan yang perlu dituju. Bapak Ibu sekalian bisa langsung pindah ke ruangan tersebut sesuai dengan yang sudah tertera di rundown dan juga di matriks. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
And also just want to remind you, for those already present in the session 1 and session 2, you may join to any room. So once again, for those presenter already joined and already presented in the session 1 and session 2, you may join in the parallel sessions in any room you wish. Thank you.
Bapak Ibu yang sudah melakukan presentasi di sesi sebelumnya, sesi 1 dan sesi 2, diharapkan juga untuk hadir di sesi 3, di breakout room 1, 2, 3, atau 4 sesuai dengan bidang keilmuan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Diharapkan Bapak Ibu yang tidak lagi berpresentasi bisa menghadiri dan juga mengikuti diskusi di setiap room session-nya. Kepada Bapak Ibu yang baru bergabung di sesi ini, kami infokan Bapak Ibu yang sudah melakukan presentasi diharapkan untuk juga berjoin atau mengikuti panel session yang ketiga di room 1, room 2, room 3, dan room 4. Bapak Ibu bebas memilih apakah ingin join di room 1, room 2, atau room 3, ataupun room 4. Bapak dan Ibu diharapkan kehadirannya di room-room tersebut agar dan diharapkan juga partisipasinya dalam diskusi. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Hello, Mr. Hubacek.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay,
Good
sorry.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. We are sorry about the schedule. You will have the speech at 1 hour again.
Oh, in 1 hour?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yes.
delayed?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh.
No. You will be speech at 9 a.m. in the Dutch time.
Oh, because in the email you said 8 a.m.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I will take it up.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry you
Okay.
can join it at 1 hour again.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian, sembari menunggu Bapak Ibu bisa join ya Bapak Ibu di sesi 3 di room yang sudah tersedia. Ada room 1, ada room 2, room 3, dan room 4. Jadi sembari menunggu Bapak Ibu bisa berpartisipasi di setiap roomnya sebagai partisipan dan berdiskusi bersama dengan para presenter. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu, selamat berdiskusi. To all participants, you might want to join the room, the plenary session in the panel 3. There is room 1, room 2, and room 3, and room 4. You may join and discuss together with the presenter that presenting their research during this time while waiting for the keynote speaker. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the final seminar of the keynote speaker will be begin in 5 minutes. Please, for everyone, return to the main room and be ready by opening your camera and remain muted until the next instruction. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kami beritahukan bahwasanya kita akan memasuki sesi utama dalam kegiatan seminar pada hari ini, di mana akan dimulai dalam kurun waktu kurang lebih 3 menit dari sekarang. Bapak Ibu sekalian diharapkan sudah kembali lagi di posisinya masing-masing dengan menyalakan kamera dan tetap mematikan mikrofon sampai instruksi berikutnya. Terima kasih. Selamat siang. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the core agenda of our meeting, that is to hear the speech from our keynote speaker. Before that, I would like to address my deepest gratitude to all moderators for conducting a dynamic discussion from the session 1 until the third session. To Achan Pimlikit, Achan Serikanya, and Achanon Khopkun Maka. Thank you so much for your help. And okay, without further ado, let us now begin this session. To all participants, once again, Please open your camera and remain muted until the next instruction given. Before we start, allow me to read our keynote speaker introduction. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Klaus. Professor Klaus is a professor in science, technology, and society at the University of Groningen, the Netherlands. He is chair of integrated research on energy, environment, and society, and the chair of the board of Energy Sustainability Research Institute Groningen. Professor Klaus is currently also a visiting professor in geographical science at the University of Maryland, College Park. Previously, he worked or held visiting position at the University of Leeds. Professor Klaus, on his research focusing on conceptualizing and modeling the interaction between human and environmental system. Professor Klaus has been recently involved in building an integrated climate assessment model funded by Horizon 2020 and on forecasting carbon emission funded by NASA. The second keynote speaker today is Professor Anand. Professor Anand is a professor in public policy and sustainability, School of Social Science from the University of Brevard, the United Kingdom. Professor Anand is specialist in environmental economics and public policy with a focus on the interface of urban economy, environment, and sustainability. He has held various leadership positions, including as the head of Center for International Development at Bradford University. Currently, Professor Anand is the P of the 3 years British academic funded project on infrastructure governance for inclusive, smart, and sustainable city. Professor Anand was the team leader and principal author of the Mongolian National Human Development Report on 2011 with title From Vulnerability to Sustainability for UNDP. He is a council member of the Development Studies Association and fellow of the Human Development and Capability Association. Our third keynote speaker is Professor Emerli Mustalati. Professor Emerli is a professor of natural resource management and a development researcher specializing in social science environmental research from University of Eastern Finland. Her research with an international research team working in Finland, Russia, Tanzania, Nepal, Laos, Mexico, and Indonesia. The research team examined the opportunities for citizens to be participate in and influence the management and the use of natural resources. The Responsive Natural Resources Governance Research Group is currently funded by the Academy of Finland and the Strategy Research Council. Professor Emerli's research group has a strong goal on social interaction, and therefore the research group co-produces information with both organization and private sector actors. Now, already here with us is Professor Klaus. Good morning, Professor Klaus.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today, sir?
Good. Can you see me
Okay.
and hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well. And please, for the committee, put Professor Klaus into
Yes.
the highlight.
Yeah, it's a very clear, Klaus. How are you, Klaus? Are you okay?
Good. Yeah. Good
long time no
morning.
see. Morning. Who was in the Netherlands right now? Is it summer, right? Or still spring season?
Spring. It's beautiful though. It's sunny.
Wow,
Yeah, it's
lovely.
nice.
I miss it. I went the Netherlands, and I think Netherlands is my last country before the COVID-19.
I know. You were here when it started, the first day of lockdown.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you
that was
very much.
unlucky because you couldn't.
No, I always say I'm very lucky because I met you and met a lot of people there. And finally we sent our staff to study there as well. One in Groningen as
That's
well.
good.
Yeah.
Okay. Which department? Medicine or where did
I
you
think she study in agriculture. Agriculture.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So how is the weather there? Is it hot?
The weather here is raining season, so it's not too hot. But for you maybe it's a bit hot, but in here it's around 25, 27 degrees,
Okay,
something
that's
like that.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, summer.
Yeah, it's summer. Okay. Okay, Lubna.
Okay. Professor Klaus, are you ready to give the presentation now?
Yeah, whenever
I,
you want me to.
okay, the first presentation will be delivered by Professor Klaus. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Professor Klaus from Groningen University of Netherlands. To Professor Klaus, you may now proceed the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Let me know if you can all see it. Yes?
Yes.
Yes, sir, it's clearly seen.
Okay, very good. So, good afternoon, everybody. My topic today is carbon budget and the energy transition, and I will look at both adaptation and mitigation. And as you see here in the cartoon a friend of mine made, we are now struggling with overcoming COVID and the recession that caused. And here in Europe and globally now we start feeling the next recession coming from the Russian war and invasion in the Ukraine. But what's also looming and might be even stronger in terms of effects is climate change. And I want to talk about our responses to that. I don't want to spend too much time on what the implications are, you know, from the IPCC reports that we will have increased frequency and intensity of severe weather events. And this is the current world we are in already. It's the 1.1 degree world. The Paris Agreement target is to stay within 1.5 or at least below 2 degrees increase in temperature. This is all from last summer. Pictures based on flooding. On the left, Germany, top, Mallorca, bottom, in the middle, Tennessee in the US, and to the right, Hainan in China. But there are just some examples of what the 1.1 degree world looks like. What's even more worrying to some extent is the ripple effects through Earth systems and climate systems. Here, this is an article from Nature pointing out that many tipping points are already underway over the past decade, and there is domino effects that would amplify other impacts, such as permafrost thawing on the top right would then lead to release of methane, which further accelerates climate change. And this is the really worrying impacts that might lead to an acceleration rather than a stop of the climate effects we're already experiencing. Here I draw from the IPCC report. I was involved in the sixth assessment report that was published in the work group 3 that was published 2 weeks ago on mitigation. This is from the earlier one in November, an adaptation which states that half of the global population, so 3.6 billion or so, live in hotspots, meaning of high vulnerability to climate change, and they're especially vulnerable to these effects. The actions have increased already, but the progress has been uneven, and we are not adapting fast enough. That was the key message from the report. There are limits to adaptation. We know now that even effective adaptation cannot prevent all losses and damages. That above 1.5, the target we aspire to, some natural solutions may no longer work. There will be a lack of fresh water, which could mean that people living on small islands and dependent on glaciers and snowmelt are no longer able to adapt. And if we, and it looks highly likely that we are nowhere near 2 degrees actually, it will be challenging in terms of food production in many of the growing areas. So any increase will make adaptation harder. So every small increase in warming will result in increased risks and will make adaptation harder. The question then I want to pose initially is how much carbon can we still emit? And I want to introduce the notion of the carbon budget. So here we see a stylized figure where we have on the x-axis cumulative CO2 emissions, on the y the temperature increase that we have since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution or so. And this strong correlation between emissions and temperature allows us to calculate a carbon budget. So if we want to achieve 1.5 degrees or so, we have to limit cumulative emissions to about 2,500 gigatons. If we want to stay within 2 degrees, then of course we can emit more. If we are heading towards 4,000 gigatons, then of course we will have a much higher increase in temperature. And the last report was warning that we might head towards such a world. So here we see the same relationship again. You see 2020 or so, this vertical line. So on the left of this line, you see the cumulative emissions of the past, the emissions that we have already spent and emitted. And on the right hand, the brown area gives you the emissions that we are still allowed to emit to stay within 1.5 degrees. So that's the emission budget. And of course, there are huge uncertainties. And now this number, it's probably lower already because it's an older publication, is around 600 gigatons, and we emit about 40 gigatons. That would mean that we have 10 to 15 years before we run out of, if we keep emitting at the current rate, to run out of emitting any more or burning any more fossil fuels. So here again, the same figure, but in a slightly different way. So if we want to stay within the 1.5 degrees, we have again the carbon budget here shown by the black line. So we need to go to zero to avoid further increase by a certain point in time. And the emissions that are above, we need to somehow then get out of the atmosphere. And this is what's meant with negative emissions. So the more we emit today above this idealized line, the more negative emissions we need to create through geoengineering or afforestation and so on. And so this is what is meant with net zero, is that we achieve zero emissions, but we compensate for the additional emissions we have today. Unfortunately, as you see here, the emission pledges from Paris are leading to an increase still. So we are above here, meaning the area above the black line will be larger and the task of negative emissions will increase in the future. But this assumes reversibility. That means that we haven't achieved any tipping points or transgressed any tipping points I had mentioned before. So that's the risk in this concept of net zero that the global community is following now. But the problem is this part here, that we are not doing anything quite yet, or not enough anyway. And so the less mitigation we'll do, the harder the adaptation will become in the future. So the more we delay, the higher we emit above this black line, the more severe the implications, the tipping points we reach, and the tasks ahead, and more difficult for adaptation to climate change. So studies say that negative emissions that we need to achieve in the future could be up to 80% of our cultivated land. So the uncertainty of course is very large, but a significant amount of cropland today will be needed to produce biofuels or forestation, forest areas to suck carbon emissions out of the atmosphere, making adaptation more difficult because we are not doing our part today. That's the problem we are facing. So let me then look at the current implications of COVID a little bit, and the similar thing can be said about the next recession we are entering due to the supply chain disruptions of the Russian crisis. So what any recession is doing, and also we could observe that here a paper in Nature Climate Change from now 2 years ago or so, showing that carbon emissions during Corona have dropped for different, here we see different countries and sectors. So all emissions have dropped up to 7% globally, which is exactly what we would need to stay within the Paris Agreement. But it virtually had no impact on the atmosphere, atmospheric CO2 at all. And here's the reason why. So what we see is that the red bar is the additional emissions declined by 7%, but it just means that the additional emissions were less than the year before, but there's still additional emissions. So even during Corona, we moved to a higher concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere and a further increase in warming. So any recession is in a way good for the environment. It decreases additional emissions, but it needs to be accompanied by structural change. It needs investments. And so here we see again the baseline we are on now without Corona. The gray areas show where we should be in terms of emissions. If we want to achieve the 1.5 degrees, we have to go further down 2 degrees. It's not quite as steep. Corona led to a reduction, which is quite nice, but there are different scenarios of how we move out of this one. And there's also the next recession is how we invest money to stimulate the economy. So here is if we had green spending, so we would be close to the goals we want to achieve. And this case here is if we invest in carbon intensive sectors, then we actually will see an increase. And that's unfortunately a little bit what we see after Corona. So here, for example, I have the from the energy policy tracker of last year, but I checked just yesterday again, and the picture is actually a little bit worse. So you see here investments in energy infrastructure. Black is in fossil fuel infrastructure, and green is green infrastructure, renewables, and so on. And you see that the investments of the G20, that's the most important economies, are predominantly still into fossil fuels. So we highly invest, or to a significant amount invest in fossil fuel infrastructure rather than using the crises, the Corona crisis and now the Russian crisis, to invest in renewables. And here in Indonesia, for example, most of the energy investments are going into fossil fuels. And so here we see existing and currently planned. This is from the chapter I have been working on in the IPCC that was just published 2 weeks ago. From work group 3, you see that the planned and existing infrastructure. You see the emissions, cumulative emissions of all sectors without electricity, the electricity sector, proposed coal and gas are already higher than the 2 degrees scenario. So that doesn't even include land use related emissions, mobility, and so on. So just this infrastructure that we have committed or is already existing is sufficient, locks us into a pathway that will lead to a higher than 2 degrees. Unless we do not realize those investments and quickly transform, especially the power sector, but other related infrastructure as well. This just shows how difficult the task is because of the current investments and lock-in. So this was also a key message from our report: to avoid mounting losses, urgent action is required, and I hope I made that case in the previous slides. And it's essential to make rapid, deep cuts in greenhouse gas emissions to keep the maximum number of adaptation options open. So adaptation really depends on the actions we take now, and we need to look at both at the same time. So what's needed, and I want to focus mainly on the energy transition, on the power sector, is a massive energy transition. So the good news though is, I want to start with some, or focus on positives after all the gloomy stories I've told you before, is the market itself. How, and here we see for the last decade, we had the data 2009 to 2019. These are conventional energy forms, and you see that the prices haven't changed much, except the gas peaker. But if you look, and now we have the same conventional, but as well as renewables, and you see the price drop for solar thermal, and here the biggest drop, and that's also what's highlighted in the IPCC report: onshore wind and solar photovoltaic have become the cheapest form of energy, even cheaper now than fossil fuel based energy. So that's really good news, and we see that also in their growing diffusion throughout many countries, and many countries are already decoupling emissions, and we see countries with 100% renewables, such as Austria and Sweden, for example. Here we see now part of the logic behind that is the prices are related to the capacity. So the larger the capacity, we see here the capacity on the x-axis, cumulative installed capacity. So the more solar or wind we have, the lower the prices become. The easier it is to produce. There are economies of scale and learning effects that lead to a reduction of these renewables. So that's what drives it. So we have increasing capacity, more deployment, means that the prices fall, they become more competitive, which then leads to a demand increase, which leads to more deployment, so even more capacities, even higher fall in prices, more competitiveness, and so on. So we enter a virtuous cycle where renewables become, in fact, more and more competitive and cheap in comparison to everything else, which of course has all kinds of co-benefits in terms of health and so on, but creates other problems such as the stability of the grid and so on. Then there are already, and this is a McKinsey study that shows here the prices per ton of CO2. And if you see these options here, residential electronics, appliances, insulations, waste recycling, and so on. So these have negative costs. So meaning it pays already to do those. Yet not all of them have been realized, and so these are also low-hanging fruits where the costs are fairly low. And for example, carbon taxation can help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So low-cost options are already available and just need to be realized to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is a report from the International Energy Agency that just focus on behavior, and mainly for rich countries, but there are also behavioral options for poorer countries or transition economies that would reduce to consumption of energy and therefore reduction of emissions. So here we see, for example, speed limit on highways has the biggest contribution in terms of saving fuels. And so this, for example, could lead up to 10%. Just quick fixes, just by changing behavior, could reduce energy consumption. And this is in fact something that has been highlighted in the recent report of the work group 3 of the IPCC, is to not only focus on technology, but save energy to begin with. And it's still not enough emphasized, is these behavioral choices we can make that doesn't cost much, but to reduce energy consumption and environmental impacts. So this leads me then to the question, is green growth indeed possible? The problem here is, this is a recent article from a couple of weeks ago, 1 month ago, in The Economist, where the headline was, "The Green Revolution risks running short of minerals, money and places to build." And so for renewables, we need, here we see coal and predictions on decline of coal to achieve net zero by 2050 based on the International Energy Agency. So we see a quite dramatic decrease in coal, but what we see in exchange is a huge increase in rare earth minerals and other important inputs like lithium, cobalt, that are required, for example, for batteries, for PV and other renewables. So what we see, if what's happening is that we replace one form of mining that's highly carbon intensive with another form of mining for renewables. And so we do run out of, eventually, also of these resources. They also have huge implications in terms of land consumption, biodiversity impacts, and they are for now also very highly carbon intensive. So they have, and which is also highly important, they are highly concentrated. So here we see from the same report in The Economist that these minerals are from fewer countries than the oil is coming now. So for example, most of them in fact are from China at the moment. Copper, nickel, cobalt, rare earth minerals, for example, more than 80% at the moment. In terms of processing, in terms of extraction, still 60% only from China. So the warning is that mining and processing of minerals for renewables is geographically much more concentrated than the current situation. So we are struggling with the current geopolitical situation of the increase in prices due to the war in Russia and the stop of exports, or the planned stop of imports from Russian oil and gas. But eventually what we do is replace Russian oil and gas with Saudi oil and gas, and then later with Chinese rare earth minerals. This also highlights the importance of reducing, especially in the rich countries, the consumption and impacts this creates. So there is no free lunch, as economists say, but what's still needed in order to achieve even this transformation, a huge amount. This is a McKinsey report just from this month, or last week in fact, investment required, and that was mentioned in both the work group 2 and 3 also of the IPCC, that we need additional amount of spending, enormous amounts of spending that hasn't happened, and I've showed that early on. Most of the spending still goes in the wrong infrastructure, which creates lock-in, and there also will be winners and losers. Here we see job implications. The sectors that are losing, so blue, light blue is on the top is job gains, dark is job losses. So the green revolution, so to say, will lead to additional jobs, but there will be job losers, especially in the oil, gas and coal, fossil fuel industry, not surprising, and the car manufacturing will have some. And so there will be resistance, of course, from these sectors, highly influential sectors that have been able to shape policies and politics for the last decades. Then there are, of course, other problems, spillover effects, as the biofuel we have seen already with increase in food prices in the past, the land grabs, and so on. So there are considerable spillover effects that will make adaptation more difficult as well. So we always have to look at the side effects of our policies. So let me now summarize quickly. I started out with global heating and the impacts, and we have experienced the warmest years just in the last decade. So in fact, every year is almost a new heat record. We also experience crisis, partly linked to our consumption and dependency, such as the Corona crisis and now the new one with the Russian crisis. But they do provide an opportunity to change trajectories, to reinvest in renewables, although I did point out the problems. Mitigation today, that's very important, reduces adaptation costs of tomorrow. So we do need to start now. We should have started 30 years ago, but any day earlier saves us additional adaptation costs tomorrow. But we need to consider new scarcities and the planetary boundaries, so spillover effects to land earth systems, land use, water consumption, and so on. And we need to keep the most vulnerable in mind. And I showed how earlier, how especially poorer populations are more vulnerable globally already, and that will only amplify in the future. And with that, I will stop and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Klaus. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us. To all participants, we are now entering the question and answer session. For Professor Klaus session, please feel free to leave a question in chat box, or you might turn on your microphone. You may also ask in Bahasa Indonesia. Please be noted that all questions in Bahasa Indonesia will be translated to English. Please, any thought or any comment?
Yes, maybe I have one question.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Your presentation is luar biasa. It's wonderful and make me more thinking about that we must prepare, we must reconstruction our environment. So, although our president has signed the Kyoto Protocol and has committed to reduce the carbon dioxide until 41%, but I am sure this commitment will be not succeeded with without arranging collaborative between nations in the world. What's your opinion? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. It's so true that global collaboration is needed, and you know from Kyoto it didn't work because not everybody contributed. There was Annex 1 and Annex 2 countries, and the US dropped out. And it's especially the rich countries that need to lead the way and show with emission reductions. And the IPCC report published just 2 weeks ago, and in fact it was from my own section, said that the good news is that many rich countries have decoupled and they can serve as an example. And I don't think that's actually quite true, because the carbon emissions of those rich countries per capita are very high, and they cannot serve as an example, because that would mean that the poor countries will have to achieve the same amount of emissions before they start reducing. And as you said, also, we need to start right away, rich and poor. But the rich countries need to be a leading role in terms of reducing behavioral change, as I showed in this one slide. And then the information about investments, we cannot expect the poor countries to foot the bill, so to say, to come up with the money. There needs to be a transfer of investments from rich to poor, aid in terms of technology. And I can see also Indonesia is highly dependent on coal. There is a need to stop coal extraction, but it's very hard, especially for Indonesia and other poor countries. And so we need to help to phase out coal, to help with carbon sequestration and storage and technologies there. And that needs to be amplified. So there needs to be, as you said, and I think that's exactly right, collaboration on the global level, but especially with help from the rich. And so that hasn't been achieved. And that was discussed in Glasgow at the last COP. Especially the poor countries complained that the commitments haven't been fulfilled. And so that's one of the first steps that especially the rich countries need to provide to help with phasing out coal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any other question or thought or even a comment for Professor Klaus?
I have two questions. Is it possible, Lubna?
Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah. My first question, when we're talking about the carbon dioxide emission, you mentioned that currently the number of carbon dioxide emission is declining. Do you think this phenomenon happened due to of COVID-19 or because it's because of our effort? I mean, the human being, all the people around the globes, and the government, the things that carbon emission should be managed. So do you think this is a due to COVID or because of our effort to reduce our emission? This is the first one. The second one, I do agree. Sometimes I'm also curious and also rethinking how we can, especially for Indonesian case, when we still need a coal, when still focus on gas and all those things is really high produce of emission, especially carbon emission. How we can create renewable energy currently with low cost renewable energy? Do you think any possibility to create renewable energy with low cost? Because if we're talking about renewable energy, sometimes we think about the cost is very high, or sometimes we focus on palm oil, but currently in terms of palm oil, we needed to be make up for cooking or something like that. So there are two questions that I would like to ask you, and hopefully we can create more collaboration for the next future. Klaus, thank you.
Thank you, Eiko. These are two great questions. So I try to be brief. also given the schedule. So the first one was COVID, and I showed that COVID indeed led to a reduction in emissions, but we know now that the emissions rebounded, so they're even higher than before globally. And we also know from the IPCC report that 20 or so countries have decoupled, meaning they had economic growth and a decline in emissions at the same time, even without outsourcing or so consumption-based emissions. And so it's both. There was a decline due to COVID, but as soon as COVID was over, emissions are up and higher than before. But there has been efforts that also show effects. So we have been more efficient, energy intensity has declined, and that's always the biggest driver in terms of emission reduction, but it's always offset by economic growth. So the global economy is growing faster than we can reduce emissions. At least that has been true in the past. And now we have to change that to reduce emissions. That's very hard. And so the question becomes, can we afford a 3%? Now the World Bank, the IMF had 6.5% economic growth globally for the global economy predicted before the Russian crisis, meaning doubling every 10 years. Now it reduced it to 3.5% growth, which means still doubling every 20 years. So every 20 years. So by the end of this century, we would have 8 times the global economy. Just imagine 8 times the global activity. And so imagine the technology we would need. It's unimaginable. So it's just not possible. We cannot just grow in a constrained world. It's just infeasible. And anybody else who tells you that tells fairy tales. But anyway, that's a different story almost, but closely related. And so the second part was about renewables. So the renewables are already cheapest in many ways. But as I showed, we replace one mining with another form of mining. We'll need more land, much more land. We need minerals and so on. So again, that points towards, can we afford our lifestyles of today? I'm not talking so much about poor countries, but poor countries want to be like the US in the end, right? And that's the problem in a way. Well, that's not the problem. That's good. Everybody should be rich, but we cannot afford it. And so we need to find a middle way for the rich to reduce a bit. And the other thing is inequality. We have more and more super rich people, like, you know, the Amazon owners and so on, flying to space just for holidays. And it's also not possible for everybody. So there are clear limits. But anyway, your questions are very interesting, but there's so many aspects to it. We should have a separate discussion on that, Eko.
Yes,
But
thank you.
thanks.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else to maybe all other participants that you want to ask in Bahasa Indonesia? Please feel free to give your question or write your question in the chat box, and we will translate it to Professor Klaus. Or you may also use the raise hand feature from the Zoom.
You can also always just send me an email and we can discuss another time, given that we have many more interesting speakers to come.
I think many people or many participants here, they already amazed, already surprisingly. There are so many facts that we have to think and do, not only think, but we have to do something to our tiny work.
Well, we all have to. Even, you know, myself, I'm thinking, what can I do in terms of, you know, my meat consumption and these things. Or little small things help, I think. But big things help even more. Well, Well, thank you very much, Eiko, for inviting me. I hope to see you again soon in person.
Sure, sure. Looking forward to meeting you either in summer or in autumn.
Yeah, let me know when you're
sure. Lubna,
here again.
your turn.
Bye.
Bye, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Before we end it, let me allow me to make a summary from today's discussion from Professor Close. We are now dealing with a lot of externalities caused by the climate change. Professor Close described what kind of the condition we are now facing. A lot of natural disaster happen due to climate change. A ripple effect of 1 degree changes accelerate the climate change. There are a group of people who are live in the hotspot and have a high vulnerability from climate change. There are limited adaptation that we can have or the country have. A nation commitment is really needed in aims to reach the sustainability action in answering the issue. Therefore, most of the collaboration were not meets its goals to the lack of the contribution of its partners. Unfortunately, some of the rich countries which are need to be the leading countries for the changes are those who are produce the highest carbon emission. Each country holds an equal responsibility toward the issue, and the declining level of emission indeed happened during the COVID-19. Yet, right after it's over, the number might escalate higher and faster than before, referring to the global economic growth. On the other hand, most of the renewable energy made somehow looks like we are just moving one problem from one sector to another one. Professor Klaus, thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us. And thank you so much for joining with us today. We would like to see you again in other occasion. And I'm being informed that today, Professor Klaus will not be able to stay with us for the rest of the day. So I would like to know, let Professor Klaus to know that we are delighted to have you here today with us. And we hope we can see each other again in other occasion. Thank you so much once again to Professor Close. We wish you a very good day and I hope all of your day is blooming like spring. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the conference and thanks for having me. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Duncan well.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are reaching to our second presentation, which will be delivered by Professor Anand. Dear committed, does Professor Anand already here with us today?
Professor Anand is not here. Maybe it will be next to Mrs. Irmeli.
Professor Irmeli is already here.
Okay, thank you so much for the information. Now we will proceed to the Professor Irmeli. Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, give a warm welcome to Professor Irmeli Mustalati from University of Eastern Finland. Please, to Professor Irmeli, time is yours.
Welcome, Irmeli. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the inviting me. I would like to present today from the bit different angle. So I'm coming from the social sciences and my presentation will be related to environmental collaboration. I will try to share the screen, so hopefully it works. How can you see the presentation? Are you able to?
Yes. Is it clear?
Yeah, we can see it. It's clear.
Yes, as a previous presentation already related to this adaptation to the climate change. So I will connect my presentation to especially this term environmental collaboration. And our research group have been working with the different case studies, and actually most of these are related to so-called different interventions related to environmental collaboration, related to natural resources governance, but also some of these have been over the years related to climate fundings. So globally, there is currently ongoing various type of global fundings related to climate adaptation, climate mitigation. Some of these are funded by, for example, UN different processes against the climate change, but then also the interventions between so-called country agreements based on the development assistance, but also the, for example, here in Europe related to European fundings. But if you are interested, our research group and interested, for example, work which we have been doing in our case study countries, I just shared some information related to article and also this recent book which we have published, and you are welcome to share this with the participants. But today's presentation is related to adaptive actions to climate change, which are related to environmental collaboration. And once we talk about this environmental collaboration, these are also the ways how sustainability transition and transformation are supported in various countries. So once we talk about the transition, it's often here, for example, Finland, the transition are seen from the above, how the, for example, country and European context, for example, EU is supporting this transition towards the carbon neutral societies. And when we talk about the transformation, we talk about the processes where the, for example, citizens have various actions, the communities are having their own actions towards the carbon neutral society. And especially once we talk about transformation, this environmental collaboration is a very important actions which facilitates the co-creation of social innovations, which same time supports the sustainability transformation. And these different processes which we have been involved, for example, here in Finland, but some of our collaborative countries, it's this type of intergenerational learning have been very important. So for example, how the communities are supporting the next generation to taking action. What type of environmental collaborations, for example, schools, the youth organization, how the companies are, for example, supporting the younger generation to collaborate in various ways to support the environmental transformation. And I will today present, for example, certain actions which our research group have been involved in Finland, but also some of our so-called action partners in globally. But same time, once we talk about the environmental collaboration between the different actors, we also need to be a bit critical. Often these interventions, which we have been also following in our case study countries, unfortunately are undermining the government failures, but also this type of uneven playing fields, even corruption and elite capture. For example, once we have been following the different actions related to forest governance, for example, it's have been very uneven playing fields in these collaborative models between the local communities and, for example, private sector. And sometimes we can also see and have been demonstrating the processes which are quite naive and also creating this type of symbolic violence in the community level, where the communities or the citizens, they cannot really collaborate in the same way how it's expected in these processes. For example, when there have been so-called private-public people partnerships, for example, in the certification processes, all these climate actions, adaptation actions, just the knowledge, skills, and the information in community level haven't been enough to people to actually really fully collaborate for example, with private sector, which have often very much information and also political powers in these countries, where the community level doesn't necessarily access to information, access to resources in the same way. And this term uneven playing fields comes from those situations where the different actors negotiating in these tables do not have the same possibilities to negotiate. So this is some of these studies which we have been demonstrating. We are using the term responsibilization, where these certain adaptation and mitigation actions, for example, creates the situation where the communities doesn't necessarily have the enough resources, enough knowledge, enough information to actually carry out these collaborative processes. So while we are supporting these collaborative actions and studying those, we are also looking these cases quite critically. How it actually forms the collaboration, or what are so-called barriers of this type of uneven situations to people to collaborate, for example, with the government or private sector, or sometimes these also the actions between the organization might be creating this uneven playing fields. And this is also very much related to the term soft security, which we talk about quite a lot of now in connection with the environmental collaboration. It's very much expected that this environmental collaboration creates also the possibilities for soft security. Once we talk about the soft security, the term means that these skills and different type of actions where the communities and various actors are collaborative together, it also creates these possibilities for strengthen the society, creates the stability between the different actors, and also promotes this type of democratic inclusions, participation for the different levels in the society. So the soft security, but also the environmental collaboration, those increase the civic skills, participation, for example, participatory actions in the society, and also the empowerment of the citizens, NGOs, and the local governance, for example, in our societies. And these are also the skills which are supporting to also the resolute, mitigate the environmental conflicts, creates also these capacities which are needed and skills to solve the conflicts, which always merge in the situation where the environmental natural resources utilization happens. And these environmental collaborative actions often have this aim of to strengthen not only the utilization of the resources, not only protection or conservation, but also strengthening the societal soft security where these actions are or interventions are implemented. And for example, just giving the examples, what we have been doing in our university and our society here in Finland, we have been, for example, partnering with our Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Education to implement this type of course series related to environmental collaboration and conflict resolution. And these course series, we have been organizing the various courses internationally and also here in Finland. And these courses, the aim is that to train the younger generation with these skills. Of course, there is this theoretical understanding of environmental collaboration, but also what type of practical skills could be used, for example, when these interventions related to climate change adaptation related to, for example, sustainability transformation, what type of skills are needed to different actors to collaborate with each other and mitigate also this environmental collaboration, which often also might create a certain type of unbalanced situation, certain type of conflicts when the different actors are collaborating. It's a very natural that conflicts are actually happening. We do not see that conflicts are necessary that. It's actually to make a change, make this type of sustainability transitional transformation to happen. The conflicts are even needed. Sometimes to change doesn't happen if there is also not the conflicts. So conflicts are sometimes needed in the society also to change. And that is also the way how we could mitigate these conflicts in our society. It's that there is certain type of skills which are needed. And during this course series, for example, we have been providing the certain negotiation skills, participatory skills, how to support the different actors to collaborate with each other. And implementation of this course series, it's actually part of the Youth, Peace and Security Action Plan here in Finland. UN countries have been signing this Youth, Peace and Security resolution, and now the different member countries have created this type of action plans how to mitigate this resolution. And Finland was one of these UN member countries who first signed and also started to create this action plan. And for example, these type of courses related to environmental collaboration is one way to support our ministry to implement this specific resolution. The next courses will be here in Finland in August and this year, and then we will have other course this year also in Tanzania. Of course, during the COVID period, we needed to create big different type of ways to implement these courses. And for example, 2020, this course was completely online, and the partners, our partner institutions from the different countries participate via online. But this year, August 2022, we aim to carry out face-to-face. So partners are sending their students to Finland, and the students are now registering the course, and we hope then that we select a good number, 25-30 students who then will be participating. And of course, the promoting this course, feel also to send your own students if you have a possibility for that. And then the other example from Finland, what we have been doing jointly with different organizations like Red Cross here in Finland, the companies and for example, forestry organization, we have been creating this type of intergenerational learning and knowledge sharing model, which we are calling in Finnish as knowledge circulation. And aim of there is that the sharing the information related to climate adaptation processes, skills related to sustainability transformation, so that the adults who are working with these different actions could share their knowledge with the younger generation, but also the younger generation to create those own ideas and share their own ideas with the adults, so that this so-called intergenerational learning and knowledge sharing could be supporting the sustainability transformation. because what we are arguing with these our partner organizations is that it really needs these social actions, social innovations, needs the creation of the knowledge together. That once this is implemented, this type of like adaptation actions, it's not only the technical skills, but it's also the social adaptation which is needed, and innovations need to be created in the model so that society can adapt, society can change. And this is the one model which we have been creating in one of our projects. Then the other this type of climate adaptation process have been in Tanzania jointly with our collaborative actors there. In Tanzania, one of the really serious risks in the climate is that there is a lot of forest fires in East Africa, and these forest fires are actually destroying the food crops, but also the forest. And the forests are very important for the climate mitigations, and over the years there have been very many type of interventions for the increasing the number of the forest plantations. But unfortunately, these plantations are very much diminishing because of the forest fires yearly. And the specific environmental collaborative process, we have been supporting the workshops which builds this collaboration between the forest sector. and most of, for example, these, you can see our partners in Tanzania, they come to different levels of the governance. Some of them, they are national, from the national governments. Some of them are from the local government, but then there is the forest owners who are then supporting, first of all, the local government to implement these action plans to mitigate the forest fires. And this environmental collaboration, it's actually quite new actions in Tanzania. And the one aim there is to mitigate the conflicts between the different levels of the government, and at the same time create the actions which could support in the local level to also to mitigate the conflicts, but also to adapt to the local conditions in the changing climate. Then the one other example from Finland is so-called Mannan Biosphere Reserve. I'm not so sure how many Mannan Biosphere Reserves exist in Indonesia, but this so-called UNESCO Biosphere Reserve Network, it's a global network which supports the various type of collaborative actions, which are often these so-called areas of biosphere reserves are larger areas, which doesn't only include the conservation areas, but also the larger area where the local actors are collaborating with each others. And it's like a platform way how this environmental collaboration support these actors to protect the biodiversity, but same time also to create the possibilities for local livelihoods. For example, here in North Karelia in Finland, a lot of these actors who are collaborative each others, they come from the tourist sector, they come from the private sector, but there have been also a lot of this type of projects together with, for example, in this border region between the Finland and Russia. But unfortunately, those projects are now closed because of this situation and war situation in Europe. And currently, we are not partnering with the Russian partners. but here internally in Finland, this collaboration and collaborative platform is continuing, and the projects currently are with the globally different man and biosphere reserves. For example, we are currently collaborated with Portugal, Man and Biosphere Reserve in Portugal, and Man and Biosphere Reserve in Tanzania. And then last example relates to Africa and how African countries and Finland have been creating the teaching networks. So currently our Ministry of Education is supporting teaching networks between the African countries. And for example, our University of Eastern Finland is now partnering with Uganda, Makerere University, and Tanzania, a College of Business Education. And then we have partners here in Finland, other university partners, and for example, the US in Portland State University in Oregon. And these so-called teaching networks have two aims. We are aiming this environmental collaboration, education, but same also studying these processes, how these different environmental collaboration actions, how those are supporting in the local level practices and methods. And currently we are also carrying out the scoping review of various actions, various methods and skills globally, which then fosters the environmental collaboration, and through this environmental collaboration, how it also supports the adaptation to the climate change, but also this type of means for soft security. And these actions, this education platform especially collaborates with African countries currently, but we are also aiming this type of global level collaboration with some of our Asian partners and South American partners. And we aim that this specific project is gonna continue in next 3 years. So as concluding my presentation, once we create with various partners, for example, teaching and research networks, of which we call knowledge co-creation, of course our aim is foster this environmental collaboration. But then also same time we are looking quite critically this rhetoric relation to collaboration and soft security, and how this might be also some of these interventions have created quite empty promises, and also connected to existing political orders. What type of barriers, what type of deliberative means might be also counted quite empty. What are the barriers between these interventions and actions, which often forms also the modalities, certain type of representation, and sometimes we have recognized that this collaborative knowledge, for example, it doesn't really support these innovations, but rather those often are very strict regulations, also very tight control in these actions, which actually doesn't create this self-innovative or also the empowered processes in locally. And while we are, for example, teaching and studying this, we need to be quite critical. We need to understand, for example, our partner countries, how different these countries are, and how, for example, differently local governance are organized in these countries. And how the facilitators, teachers, interactive partners are able in those societies to create the knowledge. And especially like once we are working and studying countries such as Tanzania and for example, Mexico, we need to understand the local context very well. But yes, thank you for this possibility to give this presentation. And yes, I would very much have also further questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Emerly. What a Okay, thank you so much, Professor Emerly. What a wonderful discussion and presentation. Now let us proceed to the question and answer session. To all participants, please feel free to leave a question in the chat box, or you might just turn on your microphone, or you might also want to ask in Bahasa Indonesia. You can just write it in the chat box or also say it in Bahasa Indonesia. And please be noted that all questions will be translated to English. Is there any question, any thought or comment?
Yes, I want to ask a question.
Okay, please, Miss Ria Angin.
Thank you. Your explanation is very interesting and inspiring me. But I want to ask you in another perspective. In Indonesia, we have many local wisdom terminology, which, for instance, which relating the role of women in environment. For instance, like Ibu Pertiwi, mother of the earth, or Dewi Sri, the name of goddess who look after the paddy. I think in this point, there is a chance to participating women in your idea, collaborating movement to save the environment, to save the earth, to save our earth. Thank you. What's your opinion, Ms. Irma? Thank you.
Yes, maybe I go back to the, if I'm able, if you, for example, look this so-called Man and Biosphere Reserve Network in Finland, my experience, for example, from this network has been that women have been very active. For example, women who have created tourist enterprises, they have been able to work very closely together. So they have been able to create the networks, for example, supporting their own enterprises, created their own livelihoods, but also same time to support the nature conservation actions. So definitely also in some of these other, for example, related to this intergenerational learning between the elder generation, older generation, and the youth, also that have been very much a network based on the women actions and women to be very self-active to create their own forms. For example, in our case in Finland, those actions were, for example, related to non-timber forest products, and how these skills, which are often carried the skills by women, how they have been able to transform these skills to the younger people, and so doing to also to create this type of environmental collaborative models. And the same it was also in case in Mexico. They were the women groups which were very active to creating the knowledge, but also transforming this knowledge and environmental collaboration into youth society. So at least in our cases, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about our case studies now. The women have been always very active. It's have been also to easier for us to collaborate with the women networks, their own social innovations. So definitely my advice is that if you are creating the collaborative process, the women, we talk about the conveners, these who are inviting the different partners, try to collaborate closely with the women organizations, because at least in our research, it has been very productive to collaborate with the women.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Emmanuel, for your explanation, and also thank you so much for Bu Ria Angin. Is it clear enough, Bu Ria?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Also, there is another question from Miss Dewi. Miss Dewi, please, you might state your question.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ibu Lubna, for the time. Thank you very much, Professor Irmeli Mustalahti, for very interesting presentation and insight. I have two questions. Because in today's sessions, our team presenting a paper about women NGOs' voices on climate change in Indonesia. So I would like to know from your experience or maybe your research, reflecting to Indonesian cases, many NGOs, 5 NGOs that we are research, entering the issue of climate change through various issues, like for example, disaster, then they come into the climate change because of the environmental issue. They also come into climate change because the need to prevent the indigenous women rights, for example. So this is developing countries, yeah. So I would like to know how is about women NGOs in developed countries? Is the issue they embedded into climate change different with the women NGOs in developing countries? Perhaps the kind of challenge is different. So for example, I just reflecting to, for example, the practice of women in politics. For example, women in politics in developing country, we still talking about increasing representation of women in parliament, 30%, but women in developed country already moving forward, not talking about that anymore, like increasing gender awareness among men, for example. So in terms of climate change, do you think there is difference degree of focus between women NGO in developed country and developing countries? That's the first question. And the second question is, how about the role of donor agency? According to our research, some women NGOs also depends on donor agency, whether they will talking about climate change or not, something like that. So how about in developed countries? Because usually donor agency come from developed countries like European or USA, something like that. So how about the role of donor agency, whether women NGO in developed countries already independent and they can,
Yes.
no need any direction from donor? Thank you so much.
Yes, I would like to take one more slide here. Definitely, it's a very difference in the countries. Like for example, once we studied this environmental collaboration in Finland, we study it in our partner countries, which are developing countries, and definitely it's important to understand the context in the country. For example, what comes in the situation, what we have followed, women participation in these actions. For example, in Tanzania, we are soon having the PhD defense coming in, which specifically this PhD student was studying the women role in Tanzania, but also Mexico and Nepal. And it's really difficult for the women in those countries. We are talking about the kitchen-headed countries. Women do not have the same possibility, for example, to enter to public discussions. They do not have in the certain countries the possibility, for example, enter to village councils or district councils. Or if they are often a very high elite families So they do not really present the local women. They rather present to the elite families. So in those conditions, this term uneven playing field very much is very visible. So if the women are able to be in deliberative discussions, they are often silent. They might be talking once they are at home in these kitchen-headed countries. They might have an influence the issues in kitchen. But when it comes to the open deliberative discussions like village councils or then making decisions in the district councils, they do not have the same type of power. So it's very uneven playing field when it comes to the creating the environmental collaborative processes. And for example, in these processes, once we talk about the utilization of natural resources, women might be utilizing the water, firewood, but they do not have the same role, for example, negotiation, the utilization of the energy consumption, utilization of the very valuable timber or very valuable minerals. So in this sometimes these it's a very naive innovations where it doesn't these innovations doesn't account how little role the women have actually in the decision-making processes in certain developing countries. But also when it comes for the international organizations to supporting these environmental collaborative innovations, international also how to say it, organization might be quite little understanding of the local context. It's also often these processes are funded by the organizations which are really huge. The fundings, it's expected that the funding is allocated for the ministerial level or allocated, for example, certain organizations in those countries with are rather, how to say it, advocacy organizations, but doesn't necessarily have very rooted collaboration with the local organizations. And in those situations, actually women organizations, which are normally very small organizations, they do not have the same type of access, for example, in those international fundings or for example, the ministerial level large projects, which unfortunately are often very, how to say it, male-headed organizations. So we need to be very critical that we do not same time create this type of symbolic violence. The situation where for example, women are not able to speak in those certain spaces in the society. I hope that this was answering a bit from our experiences and but these two PhD theses which are coming out, I could also share those in other one related to Tanzania, other one related in Mexico, which are coming out this year.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Emily. Miss Dewi, is it clear enough for you?
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Emily. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Dewi. Is there any other questions? Please feel free to ask it even in Bahasa Indonesia. Okay, there is another question from the chat box given by Rusdiana Setia. So the question is, climate change is real, but many people, especially in Indonesia, don't know or don't want to know. And what is the strategy to make people aware of the impact of the climate change and are willing to work together to reduce greenhouse gas emission? Because it's very difficult to make people aware of climate change. For example, many people still burn their waste and don't know that it will add CO2 gas in atmospheres. So probably to Professor Emily, could you please answer this question in the social perspective? Thank you.
Yes, I'm afraid that that is something what I cannot really answer. We have exactly the same issue in Finland, although Finnish people are very highly educated. Also, all these awareness raising campaigns in Finland have been carried over years. And in Finland, we cannot talk about the, how to say it, economically, we are a very rich country with very few people. So still people are not changing their consumption habits, utilization of the energy. So this is very, very difficult question. How to not only it's a really huge change in our societies. And for example, here in Finland, we talk about now so-called new type of sustainable well-being, how the people could be also diminishing their consumption, how they could adapt to the situation where we need to use, for example, less energy, change our food consumption, recycle our waste better. So these are actually very difficult issues for the normal people to change this type of attitude towards the climate change their consumption habits, for example. It's very difficult for us, the current generation. If we look how for example, the new generation which are coming to the decision making, having a decision making powers in the future, they might be able to make that change. But this our generation, it's very difficult to us to make that type of change in our mindset. And I'm afraid that your country, which have a huge population and livelihood is completely different, to making that type of paradigm shift in your society, it must be very difficult. It's even in Finland, who is economically doing so well in our society, I don't really, of course, now once we have a war in Europe, I see the people, for example, to be much more careful, for example, in their energy consumption and they generally their consumption, because war is pushing us to changing our consumption. But unfortunately, people understanding of the climate crisis is still very, very limited.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Emily. To Bruce Diana, is it clear enough for you from what Professor Emily have been answered?
Yes, thank you so much for your answer.
Thank you so much. Okay, since we already are reaching to our session, is it okay for me if I make a conclusion for your today's presentation, Professor Emily?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Emily. So, from what we have learned today, about adaptive action via environmental collaboration. Environmental collaboration facilitates the co-creation of social innovation, which at the same time will create space for sustainability transformation. Intergeneration learning between the generation plays important roles. Such schools, community, and organizations play a very important roles. Therefore, sometimes governance failures, such corruption, become one of the obstacles that currently occurs in the collaboration processes. Participant and empowerment plays increasingly important role in coping with societal upheavals and resolving conflicts, and also and again, an action and also a commitment is really needed to make it happen. Not only from the government, but from the society. A collaboration will not be able to happen unless there is a commitment and action from its people and whoever is partner on that engagement. Thank you so much, Professor Emily. I hope my conclusion meets your requirements. It was such a beautiful and wonderful discussion today. And
Irmeli, do
now,
you have something to
yeah.
say for the closing statement?
Thank you very much to inviting and hope to collaborate with you in the future as well.
Yeah. Irmeli, and we're really happy as well you are here, and hopefully you will getting better very, very soon and successfully for your personal issue as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Lubna.
And now, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive and inspiring time together. And this event about to come to a very end. I hope you have found the presentation on this conference are informative and helpful. Now we will announce the award for the best paper presenter and other awards.
Yeah.
To the best paper given to Mrs. Ratnasari, Trilaksono, and Septian.
Congratulations. You can read louder, Lubna.
For the best presenter, given to Pradipta Dirgantara. Congratulations to Pradipta Dirgantara for winning the best presentation. Next, for the best presentation also goes to Ms. Damayanti. Congratulations to Ms. Damayanti for having the best presentation for today's agenda. And next, for the best participant goes to Ria Angin, congratulations to Miss Ria Angin, won the best participant for today's conference. And for co-host appreciation are given to Dr. Non, Dr. Pimlike, Dr. Srikanya, and Dr. Arisa Samantara for today moderator. Thank you so much for having us today. And thanks to all our partners for having and making today conference happen. Thank you. To close the conference, I would like to call you upon with Professor Eko Priyopurnomo as the Director of SE to present us the closing speech. To Professor Eko Priyopurnomo, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, everyone, and maybe some of you already good evenings. Maybe some of you already very good mornings. First of all, thanks to Allah who already gave us to a very good event today, and also I would like to thanks very much indeed to all the invited speakers and my lovely brother and sister who already help and support us to be moderators. And I would like also thanks to all the partners, all the hosts, both of university and also other funding who already support here. And also I would like to say thanks to Harian Jogja. And last but not least, we also thanks to our co-host, which is Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidraps and other university. And I think before I close this event, hopefully during this conference, we can share our knowledge and we can share our idea. And in the end of, it's not the end of our program, it's not the end of our process, because after this, hopefully we can make a good collaboration next future for our next generation, so we can create more programs such as a research collaboration, joint publication, or other collaboration that support for reducing the climate change effects to our society. And before I close, actually, we already accept many abstracts, and the absence rate for this event may be only less than 25%. Some of you, oh, I think all of you, the paper are very good, very nice, very interesting. However, there are a few comments that you have to still revise in terms of the substantial. You have to follow the major issue about the conference. In terms of the technical issue, I think you have to revise, for example, about the similarity. Many of your paper still very high in terms of similarity. It should be less than 15%, 15%, for example. In terms of the pages, as many of you still more than 15 or more than 20 pages, so you have to try to reduce. In terms of the outcome, we try to make sure that if your paper already absented and then meets with our requirement, we try to send to the IOP, because we already send the agreement with IOP, so hopefully all the paper will send through the proceedings. Currently we try to, actually we already contact several journals, but in terms of the journal, we still discuss about the fee, because there are APC that you have to pay. The APC of the journal is not including with the fee of the conference, and I think everyone already knows about this one. And last but not least, once again, thank you very much indeed to all of you, to all of the organizing committee. There are many people already here around us. I could not say one by one names, because there are around 10 people around here who already works for a while. Thank you very much indeed. Hopefully we can meet up again and we can collaborate again. Once again, on behalf of AC, a governance and sustainability institute, I would like to say thank you very much indeed for everyone, because this is new institution we just established last year. So we try to encourage everyone to do a joint collaboration, joint research, joint funding, and joint publication. Thank you very much, everyone, and very good afternoon from Yogyakarta. Akhir kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Professor Eko Purnomo. And to end the day, I would leave you with a quote by Greta Thunberg, who once said, "Instead of looking for hope to change, look for action change. Then and only then hope will come. We can save the world by playing by the rules because the rules have to be changed. Everything needs to be changed and it has to start today." And also, from Sir Francis Drake, seek parvis magna to greeting from small things. And let us all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout the conference and be able to see and influence our future. Before we close today, there is a video appreciation to all of our keynote speaker. Thank you so much. Now we have reaching our final session. To all of our Indonesian friends, we would like to say, we hope you're having a happy holidays and happy Eid Mubaraks. And for all of our college, international college, we hope once again your day will be as beautiful as the blooming spring. Thank you for today. Goodbye for now. See you again in other occasion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh.
ขอบคุณค่ะ อาจารย์ Thank you so much อา
ครับอา
จาร
จาร
ย์
ย์
from
Thank
Thailand.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
ค่ะ
much.
ขอบคุณนะคะ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Terima kasih
Thank you
banyak.
very much.
ครั
สวัสดี
บ
ค่ะ
ครับขอบคุณครับ
Thank
We
you
hope
very
to see
much.
you again. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye. See you.
Happy to
That's
see you
it.
again.
Yeah.
Thank
See
you.
you again,
Yeah. Thank
Professor, in
you.
other occasion.
Nice to meet you all. Thank you.
ยินดีรู้จักนะคะอาจารย์
Terima kasih semua Bapak
Sampai
Ibu.
jumpa.
Ya, thank you. Sampai jumpa.
Sampai jumpa ajารย์
Goodbye. Thank you.
We close the room. Thank you everyone. Bye. See you.
Thank you so much. Terima kasih Bapak. Terima kasih Esi.
Terima kasih Lupna ya. Jaga kesehatan.
Terima kasih.
Ya.
Kalau
Oke Bapak.